Hey guys, what's up? Sorry. Um, Here we are. Sorry, I'm a tad late. I got done rucking 5 miles, carried a 50-pound pack to the gym and back with some sauna in between. And then I forgot I had to pick stuff because we're going to be doing up some squashes. We had this zucchini that's kind of rotten on the end, so hopefully part of it is good. It's whatever. Just trying to make use of stuff. We had a couple really big squashes that we gave away last week, so we don't have like a ton of zucchini. I picked a bunch of shiso. Shiso seashores by the seashore. And we have also basil underneath. It's kind of hard to see, but there's a bunch of basil that I topped as well. And so, yeah, I had to go pick a bunch of stuff. Today's been really all around, up and down. I need my water bottle. Fucking thirsty. Man, fuck. Okay. I got some day-old bread for our meatballs. We're going to be making meatball subs, following a Maddie Matheson recipe. And I'm going to make two versions of a hoagie today, a hoagie roll. We got a version of the roll that has that is like instant yeast, and we've got a version that is sourdough that we'll do tonight, but we'll bake in the morning or tomorrow. We also have this dry malt diastatic powder, which apparently is a new ingredient I should be looking into. And there also, Brian Lagerstrom at one point has mentioned dough conditioner. So we got some of this in the mail. But we won't be using this today. And Maddie makes it with like a salsa verde. So I got some capers and some olives and pickled jalapenos. So we're going to do that together on the hoagie roll with the fucking cheese and the meatball and the red sauce. So it's going to be pretty fucking good. And then we're going to take our shiso. We're going to make an oleo sacrum. And then we're going to infuse it with whiskey. I also picked some peppers. And then we're going to have some shiso, kind of sweetened shiso whiskey that we're going to do up with, whatchamacallit. Sounds like all is missing is crispy prosciutto. Tempting. Here, sorry, I forgot my compost out here. I'll be right back. Give me a sec. But yeah, should be good. Meatball sub. All that stuff. Just picked off some of our earlier tomatoes. They took a while to settle in, but the garden is becoming a tour de force. So yeah. No, it should be good. Let's get our big ass cutting board so we can cut up some prosciutto to crispify for what do you do with the you just put it on bread plain? What do you do with that? You throw it away? Looks like all you're growing corn out there. Yeah, we got corn, and in front of it we got a bunch of peppers, like a ton of peppers. And then off to the left we've got our squash trying to climb the World War I barbed wire, like you were saying. Pretty sure. And we got more tomatoes behind. All the tomatoes are behind. But yeah, that's all dent corn. So we're going to get a hand mill, and we're going to be nixtamalizing stuff and making our own corn tortillas coming up from scratch. And also, we got a new thing, new to us, wonderfully. We have this Anchor Strum stand mixer. So we got this. We found it on Facebook Marketplace. This has been a purchase we've wanted to make for a while. And it came in, we were lucky enough to find it. And so we got this awesome stand mixer. And what's crazy is here. I know the thing is really short, so we're probably not gonna use. We're still gonna put it over there, but please reach. No, it can't reach. Well, the bowl spins. The thing doesn't spin on its own. The attachment goes in, and you kind of like fix it, and it rolls stuff, and then yeah. But there's a bunch of reasons why this is a really good mixer. Apparently, it does a lot better of a job mimicking hand kneading of doughs. It's like a really recommended for that sort of thing, and it's a really powerful motor, and all the parts are made of metal, and they are all like orderable, so you can order replacement parts. And yeah, so yeah, I don't know if you can see. I'll turn it on just now. It's the bowl spins. So it's cool. And we had like an ice cream attachment, but we got to fuss around with some of that stuff. This is the ice cream attachment. So yeah, really excited. It's going to be one of those things where like it's a purchase you make now that lasts forever. Can you show us max speed spin? Sure. This is the kind of thing you can throw like a bunch of dough into and it doesn't matter. Pretty beefy. So, and it's got this interesting like, you've got the spindle guy, and then you've got this like dough hook, or this like scraper. And so you kind of, and what's cool is you can always add stuff in because you're not like obstructing the bowl with the, yeah. This is one of those things to learn. It takes a while to learn, but it is not loud at all. Is that a joke? Anyways, we're actually probably gonna start up with the bread really early because that's gonna take a longer time. And once the bread is done, then the bread isn't exactly done because we gotta toast it. No, it's quiet. Okay, cool. Because it was pretty loud at full speed. But that thing's a real fucking workhorse. Like apparently with the like I can knead bread in that thing at like any speed, and with sorry, I'm pointing at the KitchenAid we've been using. That thing you need to keep it on like the slowest speed or just above the slowest speed, and you can only do it for a couple minutes at a time. If I were to add like the meat grinder attachment to the KitchenAid, there's a good chance that I would burn the fuck out of the motor. KitchenAid hand mixer that sounds like a weed whacker. Yeah. And yeah, so I think this is a real beefy guy, and it will serve us really well. Especially I want to get like the meat grinder thing, and they also have a sausage horn attachment, and we could make our own sausage here at some point. Grind our own sausage. Now we just got to start raising pigs in the backyard. Anyway, let's, you know what, here. I'm going to just build these in the bowl. We're going to start off with the one we're going to be eating today, because that one's the most time-sensitive one. And for this one, we're using, was it Ethan Chlebowski or whatever? That short dude with the red hair and the weird mustache. No shade, Ethan. Got so many fucking things. Come on. God damn it. Fucking Libby. Fucking with me. Whatever. What are we going to listen to? Buddy Rich. Let's listen to Buddy Rich. The drummer. All right. Are we playing Guess Who now? Buddy Rich? No. No, we're not playing. Guess who I'm thinking of. Yeah. Sorry. There's a lot of cooking people and a lot of music people. There's just a lot of people. Okay. Sorry. Distracted. Uber distracted. Okay, here we go. Warm milk in the microwave for about 50 seconds. Add yeast and diastatic malt powder. Let warm milk stir and combine. Let stand for 3 to 5 minutes. Meanwhile, add flour, honey, olive oil, and salt to a large mixing bowl. Once yeast is proofed, pour into the mixture. Stir about 2 minutes. Let rest for 15. That's an auto lease. Okay, yeah. Cool. Starting in with our milk. And we are in the process of redoing all our spices. So, producer has been kind enough to spearhead this effort. So we've got a list of categories with different colored tape, and we're putting things in fucking, their rightful place as we come to find. All right. Back again with our recipe. Or let's fucking just grab yeast and honey and all this shit. Okay. Honey. Yeast. Milk. Flour. Oh. Real flour. Red flour. What else do we need? Diastatic malt powder, bread flour, honey, olive oil, salt. Okay. And then for baking, cornmeal, egg white, water, ice cubes, whatever. Okay, 260 grams. I got a microwave, motherfucker. Already running into too much stuff, not enough space, and I haven't even started. What the fuck? Okay, we're gonna microwave for 50 seconds just to get it up to. I'm pissed off at my honey. It crystallized. Well, you can always microwave it, but like the plastic with the microwave gets all like, it just fucked. It gets really not good. This stream brought to you by King Arthur. Yeah. Nope. You got to give me money if you want to be sponsor. Which would be really cool. And then I would leave the bag in front. All right. Okay. Milk. got? Yeast and this fucking diastatic malt powder. Okay. Here. Why not just pour it straight in? When has that ever been a problem? Okay, we want 6 grams of yeast. Okay. And now this shit. This is supposed to help with, I don't know. Yeah, give him a call on the Baker's. I'm sorry. I'm on the spectrum, but never go full spectrum microwaving plastic. All right. It's always a good idea. Give him a call on the Baker's hotline. Maybe they'll do it. Sorry, I'm a bit winded from my dumb last-minute exercising. So, thank you for your patience. What is this? How many grams is this? Oh, that's a shitload of grams. Okay. It smells good. It's got a lot of amylase in it. It's the malt, right? All right, 8 grams. And we stir to combine. Let stand for 3 to 5 minutes while we combine everything else. All right. Wait for some bubbles on that guy. In the meantime, coming back with all the rest of our ingredients. So, 10 grams honey. Doesn't really just say to fucking... Okay, whatever. Yeah, 10 grams. That's a little more, but whatever. And we'll go in with our olive oil, 20 grams. And salt, 8 grams. $7.8. 8. All right. And now bread flour. Oh. I gotta hydrate. I'll take that. Yeah, I wouldn't want to drink that milkshake. It's not very appetizing. 400 grams flour. Right. Yep, okay. And we're supposed to wait 5 minutes for this to get foamy. Is it foamy? It looks kind of foamy. Yeah. Now we gotta put it in the fancy fucking thing. Come on. How does it go? Kind of like lift it. I don't know. Okay, we don't need this anymore. I'm gonna take my soda though and add some. Let's see. We'll just add some of this. Interstellar intensifies. The only thing I would say is there's like a little puck, or not a puck, but a kind of a portion that didn't quite. All right. And now we need to wait for 15 minutes for the auto lease. So basically like hydration stuff. And so there's that. Let me look for the more savory goods. God, he goes by like fucking Mills. No. Okay, 75 gram to 300. Okay, we're going to do more than that. We're going to make a double batch of this Shiso stuff. So let's start in with that. 709. I'm just going to take some of these, destem, and then we'll rinse them off and add them. Yeah, Shiso's pretty cool. They are pretty. They smell and taste of like lemon and cumin or something. Get this kind of citrusy. I think I can hear myself echoed. Okay. Thank you, producer. This would go good with Mexican food like cilantro. Probably, actually. It probably would. This probably would be a good friend of cilantro. It's just not part from that culture. It's originally Japanese, I believe. And it's also related to perilla. So I know they use perilla a lot in Vietnam. And they'll take the leaves and they'll wrap it in meat and do them on skewers and then grill them with like ground meat wrapped up in these leaves. I hear it's pretty good. Although I hear Shiso is a little less aggressive than perilla leaf. But I bet this would go well with Mexican food. That's where the fusion comes in. I had a bad experience with grape leaves. Leaves scare me. Like dolmas? Did you have a dolma? The Greek where they wrap it and it's kind of cold with the rice and like meat and stuff in it. That's the only time I've ever eaten a grape leaf. I think, yeah, it was Greek. Okay. Someone did a bad job. The cold shocked me. Yeah, you're looking at that wrapped up thing and you're looking like it looks like a little dumpling almost. And then it's cold. Like cold. Not like room temperature for whatever reason. Keep those fuckers cold. They're good though. I like dolmas. Could do dolmas at some point. It's okay. They had baklava. Yeah, baklava is wonderful as well, as we found out on the show a couple weeks ago. Okay, we're gonna do a double batch of this. So I need 20 grams, which is this is almost certainly like more than enough. What the fuck am I gonna do with all this shiso? Okay. We'll use. What are we gonna use? Well, God damn, all my stuff. I keep leaving little amounts of food in containers and then not having the containers available. I disappoint myself with my inability to consume everything. Okay, well, this is probably not good to use because it's all fish sauced out. So we will find another vessel. Yeah, maybe I can make like a shiso pesto. That's too big. God, fucking. You know what? We're just gonna do it in a fucking quart jar. That's what we're gonna do it in. Okay. Whoa, the liquid started turning purple. Nice pigment. All right, let's see, 20 grams. That's 24. Really? Whoa. Or a vinaigrette. Shiso honey mustard vinaigrette. It's not a bad idea. we'll put this in a little container, and we'll see if we can find another use for it at some point. I know Shiso is very popular in a lot of cocktails, so you can at least use these for garnish or eat them for fun, dares, all that shit. Okay. So we're a little high on the Shiso, but that's fine. I think more aggressive with the Shiso is not a bad idea. All right. And to that, we're adding 75 grams of sugar. Oh, but doubled up. So 150 grams of sugar. Sugar, big fucking bag of sugar. Okay, whatever. God, I'm so dumb. Yeah, 150. Okay, well, we definitely need more than that. Sugar migrated over here. I didn't decide to put it over here, but it's over here all the same. Okay, we're at 90. Another quarter cup, please. All right, there's 150. Oh, yo, what's up? Yo, yo. I can feel the diabetes. It's an oleosaccharum. It's fine. Looks like we've got a bot on here. Producer, if you'd like to deal with that one. And for an oleosaccharum, we need to muddle everything. And then let it sit for an amount of time. Here, I need to make sure I seal up my sugar bag over here. My bag of sugar. Okay. Let's grab some sort of blunt instrument to beat up. Here, we use the back end of one of these things. Yeah. Oh. Thank you for removing the person, or the bot, rather. Okay, and this oleosaccharum, right? Oleosaccharum means oil sugar, right? Saccharide is a sugar. Oleo, like cacio e pepe or oleo. Yeah. So we're just trying to bruise these guys up. And then we're going to let it sit for 1.5 to 2 hours. We're going to add some whiskey to make a Shiso whiskey. You know what? For good measure, since we're actually having a little more than the 150 or the 20, we're just going to go in with the last. Cool. And we're going to put this in stasis for a couple hours. All right, it's been about 15 minutes, so auto lease is probably done for our bread. Okay. Knead for about 10 minutes. Knead it until it's no longer sticky. After kneading, cut off a piece. Test the gluten development by doing a thin and see-through window before tearing. Gluten window test key is the key to understanding whether the flour has been hydrated enough to which the gluten is developed. The dough tears before getting slightly translucent window. Continue to knead for another couple minutes. All right. All right. So that's going to go for about 10 minutes or so. Cool. Toss these in our... All right. And then from here, I guess we get started on our meatballs. Put this over here. So I'm going to grab big guy. We're going to try and fill this fucker up with a bunch of meatballs. Oh, man. Where's the recipe? Ah, my mind. So this one calls for, but it makes only not. He only makes like 9 meat. Okay, so we're gonna need to make this more meatballs. But we've got more. So it uses a pound of pork, a pound of beef, and a pound of veal. We're gonna go 50-50 on pork and beef because I don't have veal. And then we're going to soak some bread and milk. That's right. And a cup of milk. Fuck, we're going to go through a lot of milk. It's ruined. Oh. Yeah? Only crispy prosciutto and veal. Yeah, so we're going to take some of this French loaf and rip it up, put it in a cup of milk. Yeah, let's do that. I need the ground up babies. Don't let them exercise, or I can taste it. I hate it when they exercise. It makes them taste all well lived and loved. This is like a guy that's like kind of back. Okay, cool. There we go. Let's get this kind of scraped. Come on, get in with the rest of the. Okay, there we go. There was a mass of it that was like not wanting to be part of the gang. Okay, cup of milk. And a bunch of bread. So 3 slices of bread. So I'm just going to guesstimate that as like, this is like probably a slice and a, that's probably 2 slices. We'll call this 3 slices of bread. Yeah. Dude, that's an entire loaf now with shrinkflation. Yeah. Life's a bitch. I'm wondering if I should be doing, because in the both the hoagie things, I didn't see anyone using the little rack that I got for baguettes and stuff. Because now we can be all fancy with our thing. I don't know. We'll use it. We need to use all the gear we can. Otherwise, why did we buy all of it? That's a roof shingle. Yeah. Well, the roof guy said I could also, if you want plates. No, to bake it with. You know, you bake. It's got the holes in it. Okay. Now we're taking old bread and soaking it in milk. It's not old bread. I bought it today. So that's another way that it's ruined. Sorry. But we're letting this soak up. Okay. Done with that part. Keep getting this like, it's just like extra portion. It doesn't want to. Whoa. It'll figure itself out. Come on, guys. Get with the program. There we go. Maybe I need to set this up a little higher. No, I don't know. That's fine. Okay. We've got some stuff then. We need to double up. So normal would be 1.5 pounds. but we're doubling because we want more than 9 meatballs. So I've got 20 ounces of ground pork, this deal of Italian sausage, which is pork. I've got 3 pounds of beef. So that's 3 plus 1 pound plus 1 pound and like a quarter. Yeah. So not quite 50-50, but it'll be 5 and change pounds of stuff. Do we... Here. Is there anything else we want? Yeah, and then we put in chili flakes, salt, more dried breadcrumbs, Parmesan, tomato paste. I'm gonna use this pecorino. Whatever. Yeah, it will be a ball of meat. Mission accomplished. Great. All right. Pork 1. And then we've got pork 2. These things use really thin casings made out of seaweed, so they don't snap like sausages, which is, you know, something that people like. But also, it can be a link, or you can just grind it up really easily. The casings, like, come apart. Pretty handy. Anyways, I'm gonna go in. And this is just some 80-20. People are really skewing all over the place with their beef now, but forever it was just 80-20. That was what everyone agreed was the perfect ground beef. And then people started buying like 93 extra lean. And everyone started buying 73 extra not lean. And it's just like, guys, we already figured this out. 80-20. Okay. All the meat. Done. This fucking milk-soaked bread. Done. Even though it said Parmesan, he used pecorino in the video. I watched the video. And I also went to fucking Costco and bought pecorino. So we're not going to not use it because the description of the video is different than the actual video. So we got some Costco pecorino. Product of Italia. This is meatball time. We want the big smash knife. It's great. Who would have guessed? Get out of my sight. All right, how much of this shit are we supposed to put in here? We're doubling up. 3/4 of a cup. So, I guess a cup and a half. So, a shitload. A metric shit ton of Pecorino Romano. God damn. This thing is like hard to hold. Or an average plate at Olive Garden. Yeah, exactly. When you're here, your family. So I'm going to pitch you on this timeshare. This multi-level marketing. It's like free money. Did you know that? There's like free money out there. It's called passive income. Have you ever heard of that? God, it fucking hurts my hands. Need a cheese break. Who do I look like? Middle class? You could. Has that ever happened in your family when you have a family get together? You got someone trying to sell someone else on a middle marketing thing or multi-level marketing? Or a timeshare or some dumb BS? Family members trying to bilk other family members? Ow. All right. I haven't been to a family get together in almost 10 years. They are all crazy. Yeah, see, I bet they're into that stuff. I'm going to see if I can just do it on the fucking... This is much easier. You got to be approaching a cup and a half now. Okay. That's got to be a cup and a half. And this has been going for a while. Oh, we're fucking around. Okay. Let's grab some of this and do the window pane thing. I can need the little cut guy. Is it in here? It totally is. All right. Awesome. I love when the tools I need are not washed because I didn't wash them because I'm a fucking dumbass. And instead of washing it, I'm looking somewhere else. Like the tool isn't right where I saw it. God. In the end, it's just, what kind of work do you want to do? Do you want to clean the thing to use the tool? Do you want to look for another tool to approximate the tool you want? All right, let's grab a piece of this guy. And we're supposed to be able to like stretch it so we can see a translucent window. Oh, I can see a translucent window. Producer, can you see light through this without it breaking? Yeah? Cool. We passed the window test, everyone. Delusion. My go-to problem solver. Exactly. All right, this dough's looking really happy. So, I guess it's the next step. We've probably got a bulk ferment coming up here. So let's look up what we need to do. Since the bread is our gating objective. Bulk ferment. Put it. Cover it up. Wait 45, 60 minutes till it doubles in size. Portion out. Cover for another 45, 60. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Fine done. Let's throw it in this guy. And I would put it in the oven with the proofing setting, but I don't think that will be possible because we're going to be baking meatballs and we're going to be using the oven for a bunch of stuff. So it will just have to sit. I wonder if we got any warm things we can place it next to, though. You know what? We're going to have this a pot on here. So we're just going to set it right here. And it will be next to the hot pot. And that should be hot enough for it. Cool. That part is going. We got about an hour for that. Back to our meatballs. We want a couple teaspoons of dried chili flakes, a tablespoon of salt. So this is like a tablespoon of salt. And then chili flake. Here's our wonderful new, this is what it looks like now. It's not a bunch of bags, it's a bunch of containers. And now we can look and find what we're looking for. Look, we're going to use Thai chili flakes instead. Thank you, producer. Wonderful improvement. Much less complaining and whinging and fucking being upset, looking for stuff, which is, I know, what drives clicks. That's why you guys are all here, to watch me be mad. But anyways, fuck you. It's like teppanyaki carts. Exactly. So, we wanted 2 tablespoons. And this is doubled up. That's right. I need to be understanding what I'm doing. God, I'm such an idiot. So we want 4 tablespoons. Maybe not quite double, right? But it's all good. So do we need it? That's whatever. It's whatever. We can add more milk and do more. Okay, here. Sorry. Now it's time for me to consult something else. Because I've got another variety with the sourdough hoagie. Sourdough. And I want to make sure I'm not fucking railroading this recipe with using all of the milk. Sorry. It wants half a cup of milk. Okay. Oh my god. It's fucking hard to keep track of. We got half a cup of milk. We gotta have half a cup of milk. Okay. I'm gonna add a little more milk, and we're gonna add a little more bread to this. That's at least half a cup of milk. And now that still is. Okay, we're fine. This should be more like 6 slices of bread, or maybe 5.5 slices of bread. We're gonna use another, like this amount. That's probably a good amount. And we did all of the, before I start getting stuff in my chili flakes. Okay. All right. Back into the bread game. Never left. I'm gonna have like 18 meatballs. But it's 3 per sandwich. Right? So that's like 6 sandwiches. You know what I mean? Big balls. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of meatballs. Okay, we're going in with more milk, more bread. Get it soaking. All right. Yeah, big balls. Like that guy who was beat up in New York or in Washington D.C. Big balls. All right. Okay. And we need another tablespoon of salt. So let's go in with this salt, which I took camping. So, okay. There we go. 2 tablespoons salt. Great. But I forgot I'm double batching it. So I added the 1 dose of salt. But I forgot I'm doing twice as many. So we're all good. Chili flakes, tablespoon salt. Okay, half cup dried breadcrumbs, 3 whole eggs. So we want a cup of breadcrumbs and 6 eggs. And a bunch of tomato paste. Okay, 6 eggs. Okay. Sorry, I got a soda in here and I was looking at it. Interesting. Okay, or 6 eggs. We're just gonna go in with these. Sniffly. Fucking chili up my nose already. All right. Wash my hands. And now we need some panko. which I know we have because we just got panko not too long ago. It's on the floor. Perfect. And I opened it like an idiot, so that's great. Everybody loves that. And how much of this do I need? I need half a cup, so a cup. It needs to be cut and it's not perforated. Why you do this? All right. Cup of breadcrumbs. Great. I'm glad I broke the box before even getting the fucking thing open. Wonderful. And from here, what else? With this just massive fucking pile of meatballs we're gonna have. 2 tablespoons tomato paste, 6 clove garlic, cup of fresh parsley, pepper, olive oil. Okay. I'm immediately just fucking blanking on everything because I'm dumb as hell. Okay. Let's go with our tomato paste. Let's see if we got any tomato paste. We might have some we haven't used, and that's not true. We've used all of it, which means the stuff I just bought will be useful. Where did that go? It's probably over here. Meow. Oh, I think I threw this on the ground so I could trip on it and almost die. Like a warrior. Trip in the kitchen and die. That way I can go to heaven a warrior. Okay, we need 2 tablespoons. Let's see how much is in this. We're just fucking... There we go. That's 2 tablespoons. Isn't it? Great. Whoo! And then we need a bunch of garlic, parsley, pepper, olive oil. Spices can go out that way. Lemons and limes. No, there's still a little more of the tube. You said like 2 tablespoons, so. We're going to use the rest of it in the tomato sauce for sure. Which now that I'm looking at all this stuff, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to fit it in the Dutch oven. Well, I don't know. We'll see. I'll form them. I'll put them on the sheet, and we'll like look at it and try to make a judgment call. We always have the fuck off pot that is big enough to handle anything we want to throw at it. small. So I'm just mindlessly peeling garlic. Let's go. It's 2, 3, 4, like 5. So we're gonna add one more. Burrito. This be like my field rations. There are some chefs who refuse to use garlic presses. Like in high-end kitchens, they refuse to use a garlic press. I have no idea why. I don't know. They just like chop it up. You don't like them, you prefer to mince it. Well, sure. But like he was using it with like a rasp. Like he was shaving it down with a microplane. And it's like if you're going to do that, then this is just as good as a microplane. You know what I mean? Like I mince garlic and I do, yeah, it's stupid to use this on a microplane. You're just going to hurt yourself. I already fucking nicked my thumbnail on this with the cheese. Like I don't know why. Many chefs refuse to use them. Yeah. Well, I microplane a lot of things that aren't cheese. But it's just one of those where, like, if you're gonna microplane, like, I can't put a nutmeg in this and push it through. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things I can't microplane, but I can't, or I can't, I want to microplane, but can't put through this thing. But garlic, I mean, I'm doing this all the time, man. I don't know. It's just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Okay, and then we want garlic and olive oil and pepper. I believe are the last couple ingredients. And it didn't specify. It just said like olive oil and pepper. So we're gonna add some. In a nice little dose. Just gonna. This one's almost empty anyway. Okay. Whew. I'm surprised there isn't. Oh yeah, there's parsley as well. Sorry. And I'm not the biggest fan of parsley, so I'm gonna cut with basil. Just double checking everything. Yeah. Olive oil. And then a shitload of black pepper. And then we'll get to our parsley. He said like 100 franks of black pepper, like a lot. And we're double batching it, so we got it. Okay, that's a lot. Okay. And then we also had, where'd that go? We have the basil that got fucked up because of the squirrels, and I refuse to not use it. So we're going to take this, and it's going to become part of our parsley base here. Let me get some of the shiso out of this. I'm sure shiso might not be so welcome. This is a little wilty, or not. Yeah, it's fine though. Like it needs to be used. It's not bad at all. Just wants to be used. It wanted to be part of a plant, but a squirrel decided to hurt it and like basically all but sever it from the plant. So now it's our responsibility to do what the squirrel could not, which is to actually use it and make something good out of it. Fucking hate the squirrels here. Yeah, you're glad you got an electric pepper grinder. It's fine. I'm not too miffed about it. I wanted... So we've got some flat leaf parsley. And we've got some leftover other parsley, which isn't bad at all. We'll take this and this basil, and we'll see where we wind up. We need 2 cups of herbs. Oh, camera. Got it. We're back. I think this is probably enough herbs for this portion. Okay. Now you use a cheese grater to cut the parsley. Yeah. I should have. Man, that cheese really does it for me. All right. And then this stuff. And now we get to totally fucking just have a Rocky montage fighting this. It's ball time. Well, producer likes the smell, so that's good. That watch, man, take it off. Okay, sure. It's fine. This is like fine. It's totally waterproof. I go in the sauna with that thing. Fucking. How am I going to track my steps while I make the meatball? God damn it. This is really cold. Fuck, this bread is harder than I thought it would be. I wanted the pieces to be smaller. Kind of tweaked my right thumb a couple days ago, so I'm trying to make sure I don't fuck up my hand. Look for these pieces of bread. Be smaller pieces of bread. God damn it. He literally just ripped them in the video and like, oh, blah, blah. He's always like fucking around. He's never really diligent about anything. So I thought they would break down a lot more, but it doesn't really seem like they want to. Okay, this might be an instance where we need the fuck off pot. Because this is a lot of ball. We're just going to make one big ball. See, I'm not getting anything on my wrist, so really. My watch is fine. No, you're probably right. I'm just doing all my wrist training, though, right now. Now they're like breaking down. Okay. This is much more homogeneous in the way we want now. At least in the video, he did 3 per thing. I think we're going to be just limited by our scooper. So we're going to probably just scoop it. Okay. Fucking more cheese. Give me more of that. You know what? Actually, I got a little bit of hidden food over here. It's all that rucking I did, man. 5 miles. All right. Cool. Watch. Back with the watch. It is bigger. We'll wait about like 20 minutes for this guy. Let's see what our next step is. Probably the sauce. And an ice cream scoop. Cooking, oil. Approximately 12 meatballs, but he does 9 in the video. Okay. And we want to bake Hand roll each scoop of mixture into a tight round ball. Preheat to 475. Bake for 30 minutes. And then we're going to make the sauce. Let's just start up with the sauce. This is going to go really quick. So we want an onion. Or a couple onions, I guess. Garlic. More dried chili. Tomato paste. Tomato sauce. Basil. Pepper. Okay. This guy can, I guess, go here. Okay. So start off with a couple onions. And I think we agreed we want to do it in the fuck off pot, not our regular Dutch oven. Just going to keep on. Time to peel 10 more cloves. You got it. First off, let's get the big pot. We're actually going to do up the onions first because they will take longer to cook. Do you add sugar to your sauce? No, I don't really add any sugar to my sauce. Most of the time I like to add red wine. That's actually something we should probably do. That will depart a little bit, but I add a little bit of wine. It's really good. If I want to add sugar, I'll actually finely grate some carrot. Back to the grating things that are not cheese discussion. Yeah, it adds a lot of natural sweetness without giving that flavor of just sugar. I get heartburn if I don't add sugar, but I haven't made it with wine. Don't miss out. It's pretty good. Just do a simple kind of. All right. There's one. We actually have a little more olive oil here. Let me just start this up. quite a bit of olive oil. All right. And the heat's going. Okay, good. That was shitty cutting technique. Ugh. The lacrimators are getting into my eyes. Oh, God. Ah. Oh my God. Let's see. Okay, our sugar is looking pretty wet here. That's good. Whoa. Pretty intense. Fuck. Oh, hey. Thanks for the follow. Hello. How do I make a mojito? Oh, isn't that how you make a mojito? No, mojito is just like you just like, well, I guess you muddle it in the bottom of the glass. So you muddle mint. Is that what you mean? But you don't make an oleosaccharum. Otherwise, mojitos would take a long time. You know what I mean? But you do muddle it in the bottom of the glass. There's a lot of drinks that are built in the glass like that. A caipirinha is also another rum-based cocktail that relies sugar and stuff in the bottom of the glass. You like muddle it and go at it. Muddling sugar cubes looks fun. Yeah, it's not. The drink's fun. I will say there is something annoying about because sugar doesn't dissolve in alcohol very well. And so a lot of those older drinks that rely on sugar cubes is because they just didn't have syrup on hand. Because when you raise the water activity of your sugar, right, without refrigeration, you can get, things that go bad. So people weren't very inclined to mix their sugar with water. But it also meant that, like, just shit wouldn't mix. So you would end up with, like, lots of times when they muddle sugar cubes in the bottom for, like, an old-fashioned now, they'll add a little bit of soda water to help it dissolve really quickly. And then the soda water, right, that CO2 goes away by the time you finish stirring everything, and it all just kind of goes away. But it's an issue. I remember the first time I asked for a lemon drop, it was so grainy from the sugar, and I had no idea why. I wonder if that's why. Yeah, if you're just adding sugar to the bottom of the cup with alcohol, it doesn't dissolve well. Although, do they use just sugar cubes in a lemon drop? I thought they used just syrup. I thought a lemon drop was just a lemon vodka sour, right? I'm not a vodka person, so I'm not the person to ask about vodka. All right, cool. It was a very bad lemon drop. I feel like she didn't know what she was doing. Well, sounds about right. I remember I went to New York City with my parents when I was very young, and we saw Young Frankenstein on Broadway, and my parents got 2 lemon drops. This is back in like 2000 and I don't know, 2005, and the 2 lemon drops at the Broadway musical it was $50 for the 2 of them. And my parents were like, "What the fuck? Whoa, that's so expensive." That's what I always think of whenever people talk about lemon drops. I bet those were probably pretty good though. For $25 back in 2005, they better be. Yeah, it's crazy price. Yeah. You seen it in a small theater? Have you seen any other musicals? That's done on purpose so people can't get wasted and ruin the show. You know that might be the thing. Also, it's just like um, they can get away with it, right? It's a Broadway musical, so the price of something is only as much as people agree to spend, and it's like, well, go somewhere else. I just got back from New York a few weeks ago for the first time. Saw Pirates of Penzance, a bunch. Seen a bunch here in Dallas though. Love them. Okay, cool. Yeah, musicals are fun. I did some musicals in high school, and I also played trumpet, so I was in pit orchestra for a couple things. Yeah, yeah, it's a lot of fun. And we're just going low and slow with these onions. Good to do more garlic. I don't recall. I've heard of Pirates of Penzance, but I don't recall anything about it. It's one of those I should look into, I'm sure. Originally an opera, but this one is a musical version. David Hyde Pierce was in it, which is why I saw it. Okay. Yeah, that is always interesting. Is that they get people to like. It's quoted in Hamilton too. Okay. Yeah. See, I just hear about it obliquely as a reference most of the time, but I haven't done my due diligence. All right, and these, yeah. Is there anything else we need to? We've got to get some tomatoes for the sauce. I'm also gonna add some oregano, even though it doesn't call for it in the recipe. I don't know why it doesn't call for it. Grabbing a couple cans of our home. Man, we are really blowing through all these tomatoes now that I'm making pizza all the time. All right, a couple more quarts of homegrown tomatoes. These were canned on October 3rd of last year and September 12th, respectively.
Wow.
Yeah, tomatoes are behind this year, aren't they? That was actually my first one was a canning stream. Yep. So we'll probably do a canning stream here. And I want to get a setup in my garage and do some brewing streams too and brew beer. I've done some gardening streams. You came a little later and the sun has set, but my whole backyard I've got like over 200 square feet of raised beds. So I do a lot of raised bed gardening stuff, and I keep bees. I have a couple beehives, and we've got some pretty exotic fruits. Yeah, think World War I front line. Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, so we're trying to make sure things don't go to waste. So this shiso, we're making an oleo sacrum with it right now to pull the oils out. And then we're going to mix this with whiskey and do a peach shiso whiskey highball for the cocktail. Because every week, basically, I make all this stuff. I follow a few West Coast gardeners just to live vicariously through them. Well, I'm on the Pacific Northwest, so I can be another one. Basically, the idea of this channel is we do Dungeons and Dragons on Fridays. And so I basically make a dinner party every Thursday for Friday. So I'm making a dinner party's worth of meatball subs and a cocktail and all this stuff to have it ready for Dungeons and Dragons tomorrow. And so, yeah, that's why I'm making so much food on a Thursday. But yeah, I got a lot of stuff we grow. So this is like some patty pans I'm growing. Like I said, we got the shiso, and I've got basil, and I'm actually growing some passion fruit that I bring inside over the winter, and they're in half barrels that are on casters so they can actually move around. We should actually be getting some passion fruit here in a couple weeks. Only a couple, because they're still kind of early, and this is not like the right climate to grow them. And then I have kiwis out back. I got a lot of stuff. So it's a lot of fun. Fuck, I forgot to add some salt. Salt is always good to add in the beginning to help sweat out these onions. I bet you guys can get away with growing a lot of stuff in Dallas, though. You could probably grow passion fruit better in Dallas than I can here. I'm addicted to this cheese now. Okay. What else do we want to do? Okay, I think we're about ready for the next step on this. This is a good time. My yard has no coverage. I tried growing rosemary and zucchini and they burn. But it's my goal to somehow get a setup. I know you can improve soil temperatures with mulch, doing a lot of mulching. So I actually, too much direct sunlight and not enough rain. Yeah, if you mulch, you can actually sequester water in the mulch and it will hold on to water and you can water like half as often. And I mow my lawn and then that becomes mulch. And I'll mulch with grass as long as you don't do it too thick. And then it turns yellow and it turns to carbons. That I'm not sure how much that would help you with like above ground leaf burn though. Damn, can't grow rosemary. Rosemary's real hardy. That's a problem. Okay. Divide the dough, shake the rolls, and proof. Second ferment. Once doubled in size, punch down, divide into 4 portions. Roughly 175 grams each. Do it into a rectangle. And then roll, seal. Yeah, okay. About 175 grams. Whoa. Text. Holy text, Batman. Sorry, let me give a... Hello, I spent the last weekend at Breckenridge. Did a hike 10,200 feet above sea level. That was pain but fun. I saw a lot of mining equipment and buildings. Huh, awesome. Good to hear from you. And your harrowing elevation gain. I've done some hiking at high elevation. It's pretty rough. Might be my yard. My mom lives in DFW 2, and she had a giant rosemary bush against her house. I do not miss the lung burn. We did hikes when we went to Peru, and we hiked up to a thing that was like 17,500 feet, or like almost 18,000 feet. It's fucking crazy. The Andes Mountains are no joke. I hope you and your family is doing well. We're doing pretty good. Yeah, 70K. No, not 70, 17. 70,000 feet is like way, way too high. That's like taller than Mount Everest. 17. I think Mount Everest base camp. 17,000 or 18,000 feet is Mount Everest base camp. And we were just under that at the top of Vinicunca, the Rainbow Mountain. Sorry. We're going to get this. I cannot type tonight. I hiked to space, yeah. fucking trays fit, except for the biggest one. All right, fine. We've got 2 of these. I'm out of this world. It was rainbow colored. You can look it up. If you do not believe me, it's pretty cool. All right, and we've got our dough. Deal with her. You know what? Maybe we are going to set this on proof while we're fucking around with everything else. All right. That looks like half. So we'll do the half like that. What the actual fuck? That looks like a jawbreaker. Yeah. Rainbow Mountain is real. Yep. It used to be a glacier, and then when it melted, it deposited minerals in that pattern, and that's what gives it the rainbow colored. Vinicunca. I've been there. I rode a motorcycle there. 175 grams. 63 short. 73. Come on. 75. All right. All right, and we're going to basically, we've been doing some, because it is sandwich month, we've been doing some of these. So we're just going to, you know, I'm just going to kind of go with what I remember. We do the triangle method, where you kind of slap and pull. Try to get this out. Long, wide, you just like, here's one. Oh, gotta make sure we don't burn our onions. Making a Subway footlong, a solid 8 inches. It gets bigger. I promise. For 175, that's way a lot. 218. Let's try this. 169. 75. All right, great. Meatballs, then then breadsticks. triangle. Once you give them a couple minutes, they can actually like roll out a little more as well. Because it'll get bigger, but it won't exactly get longer, right? That's not how that works. That's 183, and this one is 170. Okay, so that's perfect. Sweating the shit out of these onions. He's just nervous. Let him warm up. Yeah. I will say this sandwich month thing is a really good idea if you want to learn how to make like rolls for sandwiches. Because I am doing different kinds of sandwich rolls. But there's a lot of info that kind of carries over. Then we should be able to take this and roll it out even more. That's more of the length we'd like to see. I've never made any bread. I mean, yeah, bread's hard. Oh, I should be covering this with saran wrap now. At this point, it definitely needs saran wrap. Otherwise, it's going to dry out. Because when the skin gets dry, that's when it doesn't expand, which is why you need steam in the oven. And we're supposed to proof this for another hour, so we'll put them in the oven at around 10, like to bake. Anyway. Which means if we want to do that, we should probably do the meatballs before then. Almost certainly. Which also means we should be... Yeah, I'm fucking around too much. In terms of trying to avoid doing meatballs for the sake of, I don't know, other shit. trying to find a flat surface to put all this stuff on. I'm going to go put it in the living room. All right. Oh, man. Okay. Time to smash and scoop these. We'll work on our sauce, and then we'll get to the meatballs. Should be able to bake them entirely, and then do the whole bread guy. Oh, you know what? I was also going to add a pepper to this. Let's give this a quick... Spicy stuff. Just fucking with my sniffer. All right. And then we're going to grab here. Get myself a pepper. I got this guy. And then we have these purple peppers, but this one was actually starting to change a different color. So I wanted to add it because I don't know what it tastes like. Is this spicy? Now's the time to try. Here goes nothing. Yeah. It's spicy. Whew. It's good though. We're going to be adding like 2 quarts of sauce. Doesn't even really matter. Should even out pretty well. We're gonna do ourselves another rum and coke. Is that like a Thai chili? That one is called a Buena Mulata. Thai chilies, they're small guys and they point up. So I've got another one called Bolivian Rainbow, and they're small guys that point up. So I would say that that is more of a Thai chili. Also known as a bird's eye chili. But they're more small. Thai chili is like this big. And that, I mean, it's got other bigger peppers out there that are like this big on that thing. That are like a deep purple. Kind of interesting. This year's the year of growing a lot of shit that's purple. Okay. Sorry, just too much fucking spice in my mouth to think about anything. Great. All right, there's that. Looking through all my screenshots of fucking everything. Oh, that's right. They wanted chili flake. Okay, well, we're using peppers instead of the chili flake. So that's fine. Tomato paste. And then our stuff. So, isn't the color purple due to temperature? I mean, these ones are different varieties. Like, I've never grown any purple peppers before this year. And this year I've got 2 varieties that are purple. And that one that looked like not exactly purple, it started off purple and then it ripened to a different color. Maybe it has to do in terms of temp with where it was bred originally? I'm not sure. I'm going to get a little bit of bloom on our tomato paste. And almost forgot. I wanted to use Italian or Mexican oregano. Where the fuck is that? Blue, blue, blue. We want green. Green. You know, we can just use regular oregano. I like the Mexican oregano more most of the time, though, because it's coarser, so you can grind it up in your hands. And then it will be a little fresher. All right. It's going to get us some mileage. And then we're also going to want this basil for quite a bit for this guy. But we'll just make sure this is... Sorry. Blooming spices is a very temperamental step. You don't want to step away and do too many things while you're blooming spices. And it's always good to have your liquid on hand for when you want... Pepper. Am I dumb? The way Maddie uses salt is so weird. He seems like he is afraid of salt. But then he's so like maximalist with everything else. I don't really get it. Alright, so we add a little bit of black pepper. Here's our canned tomatoes. We'll just open them up with this. Both beautiful. Smelling fresh. And we can add the basil after the tomatoes go in. It's looking nice. I'm seeing the oil fundamentally change color from that tomato paste. And we did actually put a little bit of basil from last year into the bottoms of these guys. But we'll add some more. Just get a couple good handfuls. I'm sure we'll have more things for this basil. I'd make a pesto, but there's also like already the salsa verde that's going to be going on it. So maybe we'll add some basil to the salsa verde because I know they want more parsley in that. But it's just like, I don't know, man. Sometimes you get too much fucking parsley and it's just like, you're losing me, man. Why am I supposed to give a shit about this parsley? Parsley is no contender. All right. The rest are going to have to wait. Give this a quick rinse. Yo, what's up? Female tamale company. Tucson Tamale Company. Sorry, I'm blind. I need to go get new glasses. It said female company. God damn. What's up, female? Oh man, I just get so like I'm doing like 5 different things. That's my bad. Yes, I'm a female. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. We're making meatball subs. In fact, we got the meat right here. So, yeah, that's looking good. Yeah, okay. Wash your hand back off. And then time to do... Yeah, and when I key into the... what kind of meatball? They're like half beef, half pork. When I cue into the fucking chat, half the time it's like trying to figure out when someone's trying to fuck with me and like say the N-word or whatever, so it's all good. It's me. It's me being wrong. Yeah, we're making half pork, half beef. And we got a lot of stuff that's like grown from my garden. Are those party lights on the back? Yeah, they are. It's a covered deck. And I've got a big ass garden, and it's kind of hard to see, but there's an offset smoker there. So I've done like full briskets out there, and yeah. We've had several parties. Probably several more than several parties. Okay. I'm just gonna brush this around. Try to make sure things don't stick too bad. A little more oil. Yeah, and then we're making the buns as well, the hoagies. And we're making a salsa verde with capers and olives and pickled jalapenos. Probably add some shallot to it as well. Should be good. Okay. And we'll just try and fucking get as much shit out on here as we can. Is there anything special about that olive oil? No. I literally... So the reason why I'm not using my pour bottle that I have is I accidentally knocked it over and it broke. But it was a really clean break, so I need to fix it. And we're actually going to go consult with... Oh, thank you for the follow. But anyways, I strained out the olive oil that was in there. And, woo! I strained out the olive oil that was in there, and it didn't have any pieces or anything, so I put it in this to use. I am not in New Mexico. We're in the Pacific Northwest. But we grow a lot of peppers in the garden, so... Jewelry glue will fix it. Okay. Yeah, I've heard you need like for ceramic to ceramic, you need like epoxy. But I was gonna go confirm with some people at a farmer's market. There's like the pottery guy we got it from is at the farmer's market. So I was just gonna take a picture and like show it to him and be like, what do you suggest, Doc? You know, or we might end up just buying another one. I don't know. All right, and now we're gonna kind of try to get these guys a little more cohesive. Do that onigiri, like triangle, okay? See if we can pack these a little tighter so we can get more on the... Glue that is made glass and metal. Yep, 50 balls. It's fine. It's okay. We're going to have like 5 people over. They're going to want a lot of balls on their sandwich. I'm going to turn this heat down a little bit. I would love 10 meatballs. 10 of these meatballs. Not a bad deal. So this is about half, so we can fit another 12 on the other side. Oh, shit. I took more weight from one end. So this goes like all light on one side. Okay. Calm your tits. Meatballs. Oh. High stress bonds and outdoor applications. Loctite glass glue specifically designed for glass and dries clear. Yeah, I've used some Loctite before. Loctite's probably not a bad idea. Sorry, I wasn't able to read the whole. I can just see the bottom half. It's got to be food grade, though. You know what I mean? That's the main thing I'm worrying about. Like, it's got to be a food grade one. See, I would need 2 sheets of this to make 50. But we're definitely not going to get 2 sheets. Not 50 balls. You lie. Your 50 ball slander. We're going to have more than 24, though. Damn meatball tariffs. Yeah, cool. Producer really likes meatballs. She's excited. She lives and dies by the meatballs. Okay. 24 perfect meatballs. Except for a lot of things. There's no veal in it, so it's basically peasant food. What? Huh? They will shrink down. Balls do shrink. from time to time. Sorry. Producer is doing the picture thing. I could shoot it sideways. Great. That looks pretty fucking dumb. Awesome. Well, I don't fucking know. I'm holding this up. I'm gonna hurt myself.
3, 2, 1.
Great. God. Yeah, we get a time lapse. I'm about to fucking lapse. God, fucking. Okay. I'm gonna put this over here. We are gonna start another round of bread. Oh my God, the camera again. Producer, you're slacking in your duties. You gotta press the button every 45 minutes. Otherwise the stream ends. It's my bad. I think it's drink time. You know what? You're not wrong. Here, I'm gonna set up these meatballs. We're gonna get that all going, and then it is drink time for sure. Preheat oven to 475. Bake for about 30 minutes. Great. 475. And we're actually gonna lift this up so we get 2 layers, because I'm sure we won't have enough space for the 1 layer. You have family or you live alone? I live with producer. It's a tenuous arrangement, and I like to think we make it work. We got to make these meatballs fit in here. Or you're going to be right. It's going to be 50 meatballs. Oh, no. Okay. We should be able to get 3 per row on this one, which means we could probably get another 12, 15. So it would be 40 meatballs. I need a 3rd tray. No, you're gaslighting me. I don't need a 3rd tray. Gaslighting is probably not the right word. But goading is a better word. Thank you, producer. Quit sheeping me, dude. No, it's too small. Get a little more. Meatball. Be all you can be, meatball. Meatball mania. It's multi-ball. It's like multi-ball and pinball, but you get 50 balls. Okay. We're getting there. We're going to make it fit on here. You're making me question my fucking spatial reasoning. Oh, you know what? Fuck. I forgot to put olive oil on this one. Ugh. God damn it. I'm going to take a little bit off of this one because I made this one extra big. And we'll make it fit perfectly. And then we'll move all the things around and be upset that they all suck and are in bad shape because we needed olive oil on the bottom. But we didn't put it on the bottom until we already had everything out. Anyways. Delusion is not the answer. Meatball is the answer. We just don't want them to stick, you know? Any more than they already are gonna stick. Okay. This is gonna go in here. I think we're gonna do drink stuff, and then we're gonna... I think I should clean up some stuff. All right. I'm just gonna go like this. And then we'll use the meatballs themselves to be the movers of the oil. How about that? Look. Doesn't this make sense? I'm doing like 3-card Monty where I fucking trade. Where's the ball in the cup? Is it here? Is it here? Is it here? Go, oil. Whatever. God, now I can't. Okay, well, fucking... We're just gonna schmutz it with our hands. There we go. Okay. I think we're reasonably okay to not fuck this up. This is me 5 bowls. Well, we have had a lot of bowls. Look at all these bowls. I gotta clean up all these fucking bowls. Okay. Okay. Look at that. Watch me drop it off the front of the fucking island. Okay. Mashing up some of these bigger tomatoes. All right. We got the meatballs in some way, shape, or form. I think you're right. It is drink time. Let's see what the next step of this is. All right, cool. I think this oleosaccharum is officially... Okay. I gotta look at this fucking more savory goods, peach shiso fucking thing. Shiso. Seashows by the seashore. Fucking, where the hell? This one. Okay. You muddle. And you... Okay, we just need to mix until we dissolve all the sugar into it. Great. Okay, which might take a little while, but whatever. And we're doing double batch of this, so we want 600 mils. The 12 uncooked meatballs rolling away is very sad. Not for a doggo. Well, okay. Oh, man. Now it's fucking playing the music from the goddamn... Is it very ball-centric? Yeah? What other balls are there? Meatball to highball. Okay. You know what? You got me there. Okay, we need 600 mils. And we're just going to assume that this is the same specific gravity as water. Which is not exactly true, but... if you won't tell, I won't tell. We also got measuring guys on the side of this, so that's fine. This is all for one drink. You know? Can only have 2 drinks. Okay, rolls up with this. All right. That was a lot of wild turkey. Well, dude, that's an entire handle. 1 shot of vodka, yeah. 2 shots of vodka? Okay. So we just need to make sure all the sugar's dissolved. The flavor from all the shiso stuff is now in the sugar, right? I know it's not done until all the stuff dissolves and we strain it and stuff, but I'm just going to have like just a little bit. Be a shame not to try it immediately before it's ready. This is the drink that cockroach dude from Men in Black would order. I find that wild turkey has like kind of a peanut-y note, and this like citrus quality really plays off really well with the sugar. Oh yeah, that's awesome. Whoa, you could just drink that. Okay. And looking to see, it looks like most everything is dissolved. We'll let it sit for a couple minutes and see if there's like a layer of solids at the bottom. What settles out. And we've got our bread proofing. We've got a lot of stuff going on. I'm going to take this and just put it in a bag and huck it in the refrigerator. Because there's nothing more sad than something going wrong with your really fucking expensive cheese that you just like bought on a whim. Because you'll be able to use it for a long time. And then it just gets fucked up. Nobody likes that. No fun. Okay. Okay. Let's check this settling. Ah, very minor. That's pretty good. I'd say that's good. Okay. Time to strain. And the guy in the video does it through like a coffee filter, but I'm not that patient, and we're gonna drink all of it like tomorrow, so. Or like maybe a little longer than tomorrow, but it's fine. We'll just get some like good fine strain going. It's a pretty fine strainer. My patience is growing impatient. I think it's drink time too, and I'm upset that there's more things to do. Yeah, there's barely any sugar at the bottom. You know what? If there's any sugar at the bottom, am I feeling any? No. Nothing. All right, cool. If there's any sugar at the bottom, we'll just put it back in. And look at that. Now the sugar's still at the bottom. Whoop-de-doo. Oh my God. The sink. Oh! Okay. So there's a couple ways we can do it with this. Success. More dishes. Exactly. So we've got our Shiso whiskey. In the video, he does it with just peach liqueur. But I also have a peach. So if this is like the peach liqueur isn't working for us, we might just use the peach itself. But who knows? We'll see. All right, let's see. Here we go. Peach liqueur. I haven't tried this flavor before. I think he used Giffords in the video, but this is a brand I've seen in the store. Here. Very peachy. Come on, man. Whew. That's great. Okay. Last time I drank peach alcohol, I projectile vomited. Well, you gotta live and learn, man. Oh, and it's $4.75 too. Woo! That means we can put these fucking meatballs in. Let's go. Does this fit in sideways? It does not. So we do need the 2 rows. I'm so glad I moved the racks around so that way all the shit fits. Okay. See you in fucking 30-ish minutes. Cool. Whew. Okay, where's my little cutting board? Here it is. We have our cocktail cutting board. We have peach. Whiskey. Club soda. It is a highball. Lemon. Can't forget salt. You always need a little bit of salt. And we're just going to build this in the glass since it is a highball. Start off with ice. Oh, come on. There we go. Great. So now I won't be able to mix it. Whatever. Okay, and then let's grab a jigger. We'll do... And both of these are sweet enough now that we don't need to add any sugar. So we're doing 1.5 ounces of our Shiso whiskey. Three-quarters of an ounce of our peach liqueur. And this uses infused, it's made with real fruit. Okay, yeah, fuck yeah. And then we're gonna grab our juicer. That lime is a bit peaked. It just means we need to use it now, more than later. Gonna add a little bit of salt. And then strainer. We'll just add, I think probably 3/4 of an ounce would be good. But there is just a tad more in there, so we're just gonna pop the rest in. Measurements like 1 lemon is not very accurate, right? Because it varies. But when it's really close to something that's already existing, it feels better to me anyway. Okay, so we've got acid, sweetness, alcohol, all that good stuff. Can it spin in the glass? It can't. Just so fucking frustrating. Just spin. Be able to spin. Whatever. You know what? I'm not even mad. Plus 5 dishes. Fuck. Make it 10 dishes. I didn't even fucking do anything. I just opened it up. Whatever. It's soda water. Entire kitchens. Kitchen. Exactly. So we're just trying to get it really mixed up because the sugary stuff wants to stay at the bottom. I don't make a lot of highballs, but I forgot you want to add a little bit of soda water, then add your sweet stuff, then add your... Yeah, fucking awesome, dude. If anything, I think it might need a little more peach. I'm getting the Shiso pretty loud and clear, but I'm not getting a lot of peach off of it. Peach is very light. There we go. Now they're playing together a bit better. So maybe 1.5 ounces to 1 ounce. Yeah, 1.5 ounces of the whiskey to, I'd say, probably about 1 ounce. Or maybe 1.5 ounces at that point. And we're just going to grab this. Shiso. I'm just gonna grab a fucking straw. That's not a bad looking drink. Tastes great. What more can you say? 50 points to Gryffindor. Just going to kind of wipe up some of the continual mess that I'm making. You like that glass? Cool. Well, thank producer. She got it. She's always thinking about glasses and stuff. I never think about glasses. That's why I don't go to the optometrist like I should. Oh my god, this fucking... It's still like... God, the Schweppes is so... I pick it because it is really carbonated. But then I'm surprised by how carbonated it is. So, who's the real sucker? Okay. Here on. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Perhaps we should clean up some stuff for about, we've got about 15 or so minutes before these meatballs are good and done. And we might have to flip them partway through. Hello. Tasty. And then we can get in, yeah, there's plenty of stuff to do. Okay. It's coming together. Okay. Yeah, let's clean up some of this stuff. I'm just going to fill this up and run it. It's probably the best idea. Just get all this shit going. Whoop. Why is there a fucking soda can in here? Oh, no. I know why. Producer likes to not finish sodas, and she'll put them back in the refrigerator. And this one was put back in the refrigerator, but it froze. So, nobody can enjoy it at that point. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. Things a little better situated. Cool. Another sip off this guy. Meatballs are smelling really fucking good right now. A lot of good smells. All right. And then what do we want to do from here? Let's do our next deal of bread for tomorrow. And I just need to get it through the part where I put them in those like rolls, right? And then we can put those in the refrigerator for the night. And then we'll bake them tomorrow. Let them proof overnight. And we're basically going to replace the composition with a thing I found online. And we're going to try it out. Because I'm trying to do this sourdough thing. I'm not particularly good at it, but getting better. So let me see my screenshots. 500 gram bread flour, 125 gram sourdough starter, milk, olive oil. It says like agave syrup, and then this fucking, okay, whatever. Let's grab our things again. Bread flour, sourdough starter, water, milk. We'll get the water hot. How about that? So it'll keep the yeast going, keep it from like stalling out. Water, milk. We have olive oil. We'll just use honey again instead of agave. Sea salt. Yeah, this guy's being very particular. And this dry malt diastatic powder. Okay. And we're going to go in with all our wet ingredients on the bottom and then the dry ingredients on top, because that's a good way to get everything well incorporated. So we're going to start with 125 grams milk. And that's, yeah. Okay, so we got enough for coffee in the morning. All right. Do I have enough milk? Yeah, we got this much extra. So that's enough for coffee tomorrow. Make a latte. And then we want 150 grams water. And then we want 25 grams olive oil. Yeah. And 25 grams syrup. I'm not sure what this is for. I don't know. It's whatever. The honey is what we might be short on. Although I think we're good. It's just 25 grams. We're at 18 right now. 22. 26. Perfect. Okay. And then 10 grams salt. So we gotta add like a shitload of salt. Yeah, 10 grams salt. 7.3, 8.3. 9.6, 8, fucking with me, dude. Okay, well, 10, exactly. And I'm gonna add a little bit of salt here for Grabbing pinches. And then we'll add this. We'll add our starter, actually, next. Even though salt and starter don't really mix all that well, it should be fine. 125 grams. 103. 121. Just one more kind of globule. Yeah, okay. It's 128. That's fine. And then we need that diastatic powder. And okay, how many grams? 11 grams of this dry malt diastatic powder. Bless you, producer. She sneezed. We're at 10 grams. We want 11. So. There we go. Looks like paint. Yep. Just put a little bit of primer into my fucking... What should it look like? Shouldn't it look like paint? Let's, okay, 500 grams. And then this is the composition, but I'm thinking we follow the steps of the other recipe. If you catch my drift. Except up until the... All right, it's fine. I don't know. You're all good. It's flour and water. It should look kind of opaque, white, right? But yeah, we'll follow the steps of the other recipe until we get to where the shaping happens, and then we'll put it overnight in the refrigerator. And that should develop some nice acetic qualities. And hopefully it gets good. So we're going to combine, and we're just going to do all that stuff. And that can basically all happen over there now. And then, yeah, cool. Yeah, watching this thing work is actually really fun to watch. I don't know. There's something about it that's just, like, really entertaining. You can, like, poke at it while it's going. Alright. That's the auto lease. Or that's the, it's coming together. We'll do the auto lease now. So, I'm just gonna do all this in here, and we're just gonna forego the putting it in any other sort of thing or whatever. We can just fucking hot swap this thing back on and off. So 15 minutes, and then we'll do the kneading. Men and new tools, exactly. I like tools. I don't know. Tools is good. No? All right. It's been almost 30 minutes. Let's check out our meatballs. Oh, these are fucking ooey gooey. I feel like these need more time. Almost certainly. Almost certainly. I feel like they need to be on fucking convection. Convect bake. Fucking 525. Reduced to 500. Okay, never mind. Convect bake 500. Reduced to 475. Let's do that. The convect like blows air around. It looks like there's a lot of liquid that needs to disperse. Convection, moving air across stuff, will help dry it out faster because I'm looking at a gooey mess in there right now. So, all right, and we've got our sourdough starter. Can go over here. Probably take the extra sourdough starter tomorrow morning and make you can make sourdough pancakes. They're actually really good. And we're done with this. This is actually surprisingly light and nice. Like really enjoyable. So that's good. Okay. So other than this, we've got like salsa verde we can make, which would be a good opportunity to use. Let's build it in like this saucepan. How about that? So that way I can immersion blend. Yes, Unit 731 meatballs. Okay. Salsa verde. We're going to adjust this a bit. But it looks like it is garlic, anchovies, capers, olives, jalapenos. Oh, and then roasted red pepper. Fuck. I have red pepper, but I forgot to get them all roasted. God damn it. Well, we're going to have to roast these then. I guess when we bake our... Low torch them. Could do that. Yeah, but I kind of want it to like be more like through and through. We could do it in like a cast iron. How about we do that? And I am also totally forgetting our squash guy we're going to do. We're going to do a squash dish. Maybe we... Nah. We'll do him in the cast iron. Literally every single pot and pan. Yeah. It's fine. Hey, I just cleaned up a bunch of it. I don't know. It's more about like problem solving than like dish solving. I don't know. Should I make everything in the one big pot? I mean, I only cleaned for like a couple minutes. I don't know. Seems to be working pretty well. Just add this olive oil. We've got more olive oil too. I went to the store. Yeah, just toss it all in a pressure cooker. Yeah, man. Why don't you just fucking blitz it? Why don't you put all the ingredients in a food processor and then put all that in a pressure cooker? Goop soup. Exactly. Well, you're not going to like this because what happens after you blister them is you need to put them in a container with saran wrap so that way they can like develop. So I'm going to have to wash another dish. It's all right though. We're gonna use the rest of this basil, and we're gonna get it in here, and we're basically gonna make it with everything except for our roasted red peppers, which we're working on, and we'll get there, and then it'll be done, and then it'll be like I don't know. Sorry, I'm always so bad about my framing. Just forget about the camera every once in a while. It's okay. I have the power of disillusion on my side. Wonderful. It's just dishes, man. I don't know. You clean them up. I never made like a meatball sub before. I want to make the best meatball sub I can. You know what I mean? Otherwise, why would you watch me? Right? It's not where I'm not like trying to speed run it or like do it in the least amount of steps, right? We'll save this one for garnishes. Everything else can go. That's all right. Okay. All right. That goes over there. Some tongs. Shift these guys around. Get a lid. A lid. I don't have a lid. Fuck. Okay. Wait. Oh no. Not the right kind. Wouldn't that work? It might work. Cool. Let's just put that on there. Doesn't exactly fit, but I don't exactly care. You know, why the fuck am I using this thing? I should just be using a fucking deli container. Dummy. I think it's because he used a food processor and I wanted to use the immersion blender, but I can just cut it up. It's fine. Because I don't want to blend basil. So you end up getting a lot more oxygen exposing to it. It's like, it's not good for it. Makes things go off pretty quickly. A little bit of blistering, which is pretty nice. I'll just let that cool off over there. What? Yeah, I think just the sheer amount of water it needs to get out might require just a little more time. Oh, it was the anchovy. You know what? We can just chop up the anchovies. I don't give a shit. Or blend it up with the lemon in like a little cup or something. check on the hoagies. Whoa, look at those. Those are pretty big, actually. Damn. Well, we're just waiting on these meatballs then. We can toss them in. Why is that preheat? What the fuck? Okay, I think we might pull them up and give them a flip. Sure. Might be meatball flip time. I like that. That's really nice and light. Super enjoyable. Very much like a summer crushable. These are looking pretty good. We want a spatula, for sure. Flipping time. These have got some good undercarriages. Got to flip all 50 of them. Just kidding. There's only 39 of them. All right. I think this is all the cheese that was in it. I can see all the cheese, like it's like melting out of it. Well, I'm sure these are going to be amazing, so I don't even really care. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Make sure we don't lose any of you, buddy. You're important. You're an important part of this team. How is Subway going to make sandwiches without the sandwich artists? We need you on the team, buddy. Okay. These are looking pretty good. And film. Whoa. Fucking the steam. Escaping. The prisoner's escaping. The second tray of meatballs. I'm going to save all this grease, and I'm going to make a really awesome something. I just don't know what it is yet. But all this stuff sitting at the bottom. Ooh. You know what we could do with this? We could crisp up some prosciutto with it. What? No, I don't know if we're going to do that. And back into hell. To hell with ye. We might add a little bit of water to this. It's getting pretty thick. Hands cramping up. Got the Krampus on my fucking hind. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. There's that. We can move back to our salsa verde quandary. Very good. I love that drink a lot. I think it's been about 15 minutes for our fucking. All right. Yeah, we can need our dough. It's been here hydrating. Turn it back on. It's got like a time thing? Huh. Alright, yeah. Auto lease is complete. Now we'll knead it for 10 minutes or so. Alright, and we're gonna go in. Oh shit, this one's like busted. Good thing to put stuff in. It's fucking busted. We'll just go in with the ingredients as they come. And then we'll do our stuff at the end. So a couple tablespoons of capers, a couple olives. Out of here. Capers are actually flower buds. We're going to go in with a nice little pile of capers. Just rinse the shit out of them. olives. It's like half a cup. So just again, like just a nice pile. Oh, and we're gonna do a shallot as well. I think a shallot would be a good addition, as well as the garlic we're gonna do. We'll start with the garlic. We'll taste it out. We'll see if we need a shallot. We might not need a shallot, but I think some would be good. Good half cup. Here we go. This is looking like a good consistency. All right. Ooh. Okay, I think these are about done now. These are starting to get way more crispy in the way we thought they would be, you know. These meatballs look pretty done to me. Oh, and I need trivet, or it'll end up hooking stuff up. All right. Here we go. Meatballs. Fuck yeah. We're going back to the Cookwell. Okay. I'm actually gonna clear this out a little bit, and we're gonna try to get everything in the right way for this bread to start, because we need the bread. Okay. And we're gonna grab our rolls and see. They have expanded quite a bit. So I might have done better to kind of orient them opposite of each other, because now they're like kind of expanding into each other, or trying to anyway. And it might have been better to, but I can't move them now. So what are you gonna do, right? We've got our lame. Where the fuck did the cover go for the? There it is. Cool. God, I fucking suck at this part. I just feel like I'm just like totally screwing it up on this part. Like, this is just not right. Isn't that bad? What I just did there, doesn't that suck? Isn't that bad? I just feel like I'm like pulling at it and like tugging. I don't know. Hope I didn't fuck it up. I don't know. Just gonna try and separate these two loaves out. And these two as well. Cool. Well, at least they're separated. That's something. So they don't like grow into one fucking thing. God, this whole mass is operating way differently than the other dough. Huh. Weird. Well, whatever. Okay, we're supposed to do an egg wash now. I have some egg whites in here, but I'm not sure if they're good anymore, so I'm just gonna not use those. Well, it's a razor. I don't know. Maybe I need the new razor. I literally only cut dough with it, right? For the sharpness on that thing. Like it's only ever cut dough, which isn't exactly a thing that dulls a razor, right? I don't know. A little bit of water. Just use this thing that it had olive oil on it, so it's not a big deal. Oh shit, I forgot. God damn it. Okay, great. There's something else I forgot. We need something hot in here, so that way we can put ice on it, and it will fucking... God, I'm so dumb. You know what, I'm just gonna grab some water, and I'm gonna put it in the microwave, and just get it really hot. And I'm gonna put that in the bottom of the thing. And that will be the steam. So much stuff. A lot of stuff. I think we're good on these olives. And the capers. Move on these pickled jalapenos, and then use the next deal as well. Checking on this dough, see if it's doing anything we want it to do. I almost feel like I should just like... Does it need like more flour? I don't even know. It's like operating in like a really weird way. I don't know. We got some of the dough. Can we make the little window? I guess we can. I guess we can make the window. Okay, well, and I guess it's done. I guess it's as good as it's gonna be, which is not necessarily bad right now. I don't know. It's just looking like it was incomplete from the behavior, but I did the window test and that was fine. So, whatevs. Let this sit for another hour, and then we'll shape it, and it's going to go in the refrigerator for tomorrow. Okay, we've got hot water. So this should create some good steam for us. Get our bread. Get our water. Making steam. Hopefully a decent amount of steam. Okay. So there's that. Bread, meatball, sauce. I did the egg wash. I could have added some other stuff over it, like sesame seeds and stuff. Bake for 10 minutes. Rotate the pan. Bake for another 8 to 10 minutes. I think you're supposed to remove the pan. Like the steam after 10 minutes. Okay, well, it's been... Okay. Alright. Okay. Nope, no, that's not what we want. We want this one. That's about the same amount. Olives, pickled jalapenos. Where'd my little food guy go? Here it is. These like garlic skins keep fucking migrating their way. Here, that's my fault. I need to just get them in the fucking compost bin. Like an adult. Okay. Okay. So this is our herbs, capers, olives, and pickled jalapenos. On top of that, we require anchovy, garlic, roasted red peppers, about a quarter cup of olive oil, salt, and lemons. So we can go in with the garlic. How's this looking? These guys are pretty decently sweated. It's fine. You know what? They're soft enough. I consider them kind of roasted. They're evoking that flavor, so whatever. Who cares? I don't. Let's grab a couple, 3 of them. You know, 1 pepper is probably fine. Now that I'm looking at all of it, 1 pepper has got to be fine. Otherwise, it's gonna be all pepper all the time. Am I not paying attention to the fucking buns? They're looking pretty alright. That's not bad. Here, I'm going to remove the water now. So that way they can brown up. Well, there's plenty of steam, so that's good. Ramekin here. We're going to immersion blend in this thing. And I'm going to grab this. We're going to use some of this oil. Give us a good head start to where we want to be. Okay, we also need the garlic. Let's do the garlic right now. Probably, I'm going to call it now. I'm not going to do shallot. Just a lot of stuff. It's getting pretty long-winded. And I might just do the squash thing tomorrow. Sandwich is going to be plenty great. So, and the cocktail's really good. And I got a second deal of, I don't know. It's fine. The squash thing isn't anything special. It's just a thing when I did a lot of gardening with my parents where we'd cut up squash and you cook it with garlic and onions and then just kind of put some cheese over it. You know, it would be better to serve for everyone tomorrow. It's just kind of one of those things that would be kind of fun to put on stream. But, like, I don't know, man. That 5 miles of rucking is now, like, really hitting me since been cooking for about 4.5 hours. But it adds up. Oh, looks like we've got a spam chatter. Thank you, producer. Cool. Almost done here with this stuff. Maybe a little more olive oil than that. And then we'll add our salt. Pepper. And then we'll add a little more olive oil to this ramekin. We'll add the juice of like 1.5 lemons. Hey, what's up? We're making food. Oh, shit. Okay, here we go. Sorry. Always so bad about framing myself. So, thank you for your patience. Thanks. We're preparing for a dinner party tomorrow. I do dinner parties every Friday for Dungeons and Dragons. And yeah. So we're going to make meatball subs. So I'm getting everything all ready. I infused some whiskey with Shiso that I grew. It's a Japanese herb. It's kind of citrusy and almost like cumin-y. And we did the drink of the cocktail of the night is a Shiso peach whiskey highball. So kind of this whiskey with the Shiso, and then like a peach liqueur and some lemon, and then lengthened out with some soda. And we've got these meatball subs. I'm making the buns right now. They're in the oven. And we're making a little thing, like a little salsa verde with like olives and pickled jalapenos and stuff. And I've got some tomato sauce going from tomatoes that I canned. And yeah. It's a whole production. Oh. Sorry, I thought the power almost went out. Yeah. Welcome. Yeah, I try to make a cocktail and like main and a side. There's a side, but I'm not sure if I'm going to make it today because it's starting to get a bit long for me. Even though I have streamed a lot longer than this before. I stream every Thursday. And if I'm not streaming on Thursday, then I'm probably streaming on Friday day because something happened Thursday night that prevented me from streaming. So I need to make the dinner before the D&D starts. So, oh, I got it here just in time for stream. Yeah. So I normally start at 6:30 on Thursdays. So I've been streaming since then. And lots of times it goes till about midnight. But we've made something new every week, and I started back in September, so it's almost a year now. We haven't made anything twice, except for I think we made a bean salad. Do you eat the meatballs with spaghetti? I put them on. I'm gonna put them on a sandwich. We're making a little topping. Yeah, and it's hard to see. What's been the favorite things I've cooked so far? I made ceviche, and I actually spent about 6 months in Peru, or was it 4 months? Sorry, in Peru, back in 2022. So I really like Peruvian food quite a bit, and I did what you would get in a cevicheria, which is a place that sells ceviche, right? And it was, so like ceviche mixto, so it was like scallops and shrimp and fish, right? And then rockfish. And then I did chicharron, so I took the fish and I also did octopus, and I fried both of them, battered and fried them, so you get the mix of the chicharron, like the hey, thanks for the follow. You get the mix of like and you make like tartar sauce, and they're like got really awesome like sauce game down there because they have their own pepper culture because the Incas selectively bred all their own peppers. So I grow some Peruvian peppers, and yeah, really good. Like it was one of those things where I ate it and I felt like I went back to Peru. Yeah. So Thanks for the follow. Yeah, every Thursday. We're here. And I'm trying to get an upgrade. We're trying to get I want to get a gimbaling mount and get a camera that faces down on the cooktop. Thank you. Yeah, we're in a period of flux. I mean, I need to get a little more serious about this, and I have not been so serious in a lot of ways. But what can you expect? I don't know. I drink while I stream, then that's like part of it. So I don't know. We're getting there. But yeah, the kitchen is very ideal. We picked this place with the idea of doing this stream thing here. So I think it's at 4. So we're going to grab 4. 1, 2. We'll just grab all those. Okay, and then we're going to immersion blend that. Blender. But right now we're doing sandwich month. So August is sandwich month. And we are doing sandwiches every week for the whole month. So last week was Caesar fried chicken salad sandwich. Or Caesar salad fried chicken sandwich. The week before we did banh mi's and I made pate that I go to school for. I'm just learning all on my. It's a hobbyist thing. Yeah, this is the 3rd week of sandwich month. But I will say, cooking something different every week for a year teaches you a lot about stuff, really quickly. And that's kind of why I'm just committed right now to just do something different every week. And for example, this month, since I'm doing something different, but it's all on the sandwich theme, I'm getting a lot better at making hoagies, rolls for sandwiches. It's much better. I share it, so every Thursday I make food, and then on Friday we play Dungeons and Dragons. So tomorrow evening there will be a bunch of people at a table right over there. We're gonna eat a bunch of meatball subs, and we're gonna have these Shiso peach whiskey highballs that I made, and then we're gonna play Curse of Strahd and try to beat the Dracula guy. It's a good time. And I've tried to do the Dungeon Master thing before, and I didn't vibe with it. There were a lot of logistical nightmares that made me not want to do it ever. And so I'm very thankful for my group, that my group is really good. And so the least I can do, or not, maybe not the least I can do, but what I'm good at is making food. So I can make food every week, and it helps everyone come over, try something new. I don't know. And it's a good opportunity to try to make a dinner parties worth of food. Maybe they kick back $15, $20. That's nice too. Or they buy a bottle for my bar. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. Would you like to try, producer? Pretty good? Cool. Producer likes. That's going to go on the sandwiches. It's like the topping. Yeah? Okay, cool. Yeah, producer approved, yeah. Yeah, that's the producer. Producer. Okay. I think these are about done. Might need a little more time. I don't know. I think they look pretty good. Yeah, I think we're going to call it. Is this still hot? No, it's not hot. Here, you know what? We're going to move this. We have a trivet over here. Or we did have a trivet, did we not?
I put it back in the kitchen.
Okay, well, I'm just going to set this right here. Extra meatball. This, we'll just go. Oh, shit. No. Okay. Well, a little bit of melted rubber never hurt anyone, I guess. All right. Okay. And then from here, we want to... Whoa. These are pretty good. Better. Getting better all the time. Cool. Okay, from here, we're going to grab one of these rolls when it sets up a little bit more, and then we're going to cut it open, and we're going to grate a bunch of cheese on it, and then we're going to put it back in and toast it with the cheese. And then, yeah, toppings are, we've got this like tapenade kind of salsa verde guy. We're going to have like a bunch of cheese on the sub, and then we're going to have the sauce and the meatballs. I just got to confirm with the... recipe. Yeah, I'm supposed to grab some of these meatballs and toss them in here. My bad, I forgot about that. We're just basically going to do it to serve. So we're going to take like, I don't know, 5 of these guys. Maybe a little more. We'll just let them kind of cook in here for a bit. Shouldn't watch this when I'm hungry. Looks good. Well, I'm glad you like it. I hope it at least gives you some ideas. And gives you an idea of how difficult it actually is. Because lots of times they'll show something on a show or whatever, and it's like easy for like seemingly, but like, I don't know. They cut around and stuff. Chop up lemon juice, olive oil, salt, pepper. Cut roll in half, butter both sides. Cut rolls in half. Toast in the oven. Add grated mozzarella and parm. And then put it back in until it melts. Okay. So that's basically it. We just need to like toast a bunch of cheese on the inside of one of these things. And I do have another kind of like medium-sized tray. Should be good for just such a thing. Just need to get. I know I'm rushing it. This is some of the best bread that like I've cooked. I'm not good at making bread. I'll say that right now. And I don't know. Maybe I need to just stop and make another drink. Just let it set up a little more. Because I know I'm going to just smash this thing. Yeah. I need to let it set up. Time to make another one of these highballs. So yeah, shiso, if you're not familiar, it looks like this. And we grow it. It's kind of like a citrusy, kind of cumin-y. It's pretty good. It's from Japan. There's a perilla, which is related to that, which they use a lot in Vietnam. But they're not exactly the same thing. All right, we'll get our little cutting board out here, cocktail cutting board, with our shiso infused whiskey and some peach liqueur. And then we need a lemon, another lemon. This one's actually pretty simple to make. Sometimes we have more complicated drinks, but once you get the whiskey, not too difficult. And this is actually like perfect summertime cocktail. Just light and crushable. Doesn't feel heavy on your palate at all. So we're going to try 1.5 for both. 1.5 ounces, that is. Because last time I did 3/4 and it was pretty shy on the peach. So we ended up adding more. Oh, we need a big rock too. Whoop. And I'm not even going to measure this because last time it came out just to 1 lemon. And I know 1 lemon is an inaccurate measurement. But they're all from the same batch. And it's about the same kind of lemon as the last one. And we're going to go 1.5 ounces for our peach liqueur. Another 1.5 ounce for our shiso whiskey. This is just Wild Turkey 101. And then I made an oleo sacrum with the shiso. So I took the shiso and I added sugar and muddled it and let it sit for a couple hours to extract all the oils, right? And then I mixed it in with the whiskey until all the sugar dissolved, and I strained it out. And you got this. And then we're going to give it a little slight stir. Although, unfortunately, the ice cube is a little too big for the dimpled portion, so I think we're going to have to add. I do like the dimples, though, at the bottom. It makes it a lot easier to grab. The only problem is we want to get the rest of our stuff combined. Sometimes when you do a highball with like soda water like this, it tends to congregate heavier syrupy things at the bottom that you want to add first intuitively. So got to make sure it's well mixed, or you're just going to have all the flavor at the bottom, which is fine if you got a straw, but I don't know. Okay. And let's grab another shiso leaf, since I took a couple bites of the last one. Pretty cool. Nice sleek little cocktail. Yeah, and just light, effervescent. Surprisingly light for like a whiskey sort of thing. I don't know. All right. Here's a roll. It's actually not a half bad roll. We're going to have to open it. You're going to want to toast it with some butter and garlic. And then, trying to narrate what I'm going to do with what I'm doing right now. So sometimes I get a little lost. I know it's kind of a sin to cut open this bread right now. Should probably sit for about, I don't know, maybe an hour. But show must go on. We're just gonna get it open and flat. This is gonna go on our guy, and we're gonna grab a little knob of butter here. Yeah, sure, why not? Gonna do this again tomorrow anyway, so if we got a little bit of extra garlic butter, who gives a shit? We'll use it. I'm just doing prep work. Tapenade. I'm just going to call it a tapenade because it's got olive in it. I've heard salsa verde in reference to like Italian kind of herbal sauces, kind of pick briny, but I don't know. I know salsa verde is a different thing. perhaps I am mistaken. Or perhaps they're both right. I'm sure they are. Just need to get there on my own. Bunch of little fucking... I have so much garlic. Every time I go to the store, I buy 2 bulbs of garlic. And I have like 4 bulbs hanging out. So... We do have a little... You know what? We also have the paintbrush. Paintbrush. Okay, grab a couple more garlic cloves out of here. Brown. All right. I'm sure this is enough garlic. At least for now. I'll just press it into this guy. Oh, god damn it. Just tossed a fucking garlic clove in here. Okay, I think that's the last of the garlic press for the evening. Here. Okay. Got our garlic butter. Let's just fucking spread that shit. Fuck it. Get it all over. Man, I thought I'd have extra. Man, the paintbrush is dangerous. Apply liberally. Very liberally. I'm just going to turn it to like low broil. We'll just do low broil. And I'm also going to just kind of... Yeah, oh, that's a proper paintbrush. Yeah. It's a paintbrush. Yep. Yes, sir. I do a lot of barbecue, so what you can't see out back is there's actually a offset smoker there. I've done a couple briskets, three briskets. This guy's really good at adding a lot of marinade back onto stuff. So. Yeah, actually, paintbrushes are food grade. I don't know if you know that. They are. Fucking straight up Home Depot paintbrushes are food grade. All right, I think we're just going to kind of babysit this sandwich until it's done. It's kind of where the stream is at now. Suppose I could clean some, but I already did some cleaning earlier, so it's fine. We're chilling. Got some extra basil over here. You know, I should probably put these anchovies in like a little guy. I know you make new things each week, but what would you say is like your go-to food, either homemade or takeout? Um, well, go-to food. A lot of it is kind of depends on the season because I do so much gardening. So most of the time when I'm like even figuring out stuff here is like it's a lot of like what's in season, like what I got going on. Oh, speak of the devil. Almost overdid that. Yeah, so I try to rely on a lot of seasonal stuff and use the vegetables to kind of inform what I want to do. But that being said, I don't know, like I do make a lot of spaghetti. And I make my spaghetti with like I add wine and use Italian sausage and stuff. So it's a little different than a lot of people make their spaghetti. And then what are some other go-to? I make a lot of ramen too. I used to make a lot of that with like spare ribs in a crock pot. And then you add like your kombu, which is your kelp, and then your bonito flakes, which are the fish, and the mushrooms, the dried mushrooms. And you can make some really killer ramen broth with like the cheapest cut of like bony ribs, right? Because extra bone just means better broth, right? So you can take like the cheapest, boniest thing, and then you just boil it out pick all the meat out, toss the bones back in with all the other stuff, and you make like really, really good, like, was it? It's not tonkatsu because that's like katsu means like cut. But yeah. What am I thinking? Sorry. So ramen is something we've been doing for the past like year or so. This like za'atar chicken that we really like. So za'atar is like a Lebanese, or it's not exactly Lebanese, but it's like that kind of part of the world. It's a seasoning blend. It's kind of like Italian seasoning, but if you added like cumin, sumac, and sesame seeds, and it's really good. And we'll marinate like a whole chicken, spatchcocked, in za'atar mixed with lebna, which is a strained yogurt. They call it a kefir cheese. So lebna za'atar chicken. We'll do that, and I'll make like pita bread, and that's really good. Yeah, I don't know. Those are some of the things I've made a lot in the past couple years. I make a really good like Mexican winter squash chili, and it's a pork chili that's squash based, so it has no tomatoes in it. It's all squash and like, peppers. It's really good. Yeah, I don't know. We'll do clam chowder, and then we'll make like grinder salad sandwiches. That's another one we do from time to time. I hope that's a good, I don't know, little list. I do stream also on YouTube, so they're all on YouTube. And we've made spaghetti. I've made spaghetti. I've made the grinder salad. I know I've made that. I've made the Lebna chicken, and I've made everything on that list. On the the channel. So yeah, all the foodie streams since September. Yep, they're all on. It's the same name, so it's Life of a Dyspeptic. Dyspepsia means to have an irritable stomach. I do a lot of fermented food. So like I've made koji. This is onion koji. And I've got some misos up there in the pantry. Yeah, there's a lot of it. Ooh, I forgot. Okay, that's fine. We'll use this one. Yeah, and there's some where I've made like what else have I done on here? I made Cafe Brûlot, which is like a drink that you like light on fire. And we like turned off all the lights and stuff. I think I made that for like Halloween or something like that. I can't even remember. Yeah, we do a lot of stuff. All right, this seems like too much cheese, but it also seems like the amount of cheese that Maddie put on it. So we'll just go with that. I'll just low broil the shit out of that. Okay. Yeah. I think when I did the Mexican winter squash chili, it was during a time of year last year when we were getting like the final harvest of a lot of stuff. And so we used squash from the garden and peppers from the garden, and basically everything was like homegrown. And I actually found a cantaloupe that I didn't see. So I had this little extra cantaloupe that was like this big, and we hollowed it out, and I blended it up, and I made a cantaloupe drink that I drank out of the half of the cantaloupe. I think it's on the Instagram. We've got an Instagram too, by the same name as well, Life of a Dyspeptic. That's also a quote from like a Seneca thing, if you care to know. He's a Roman playwright and Stoic philosopher. I don't know. Yeah, we're working on it. We're getting there. So very nearly there. And then there's this stuff. I think I should form this into other things, but that's going to have to wait until, like, I don't know, some other time. I'm so hungry. I walked like 5 miles before this. This is like, oh. Okay. It's getting kind of melty, but not quite all the way there. And we take suggestions. I'm always looking for new types of food, and we've done a lot of suggestions, or a lot like some far-reaching suggestions. So like one of the suggestions was encebollado, which is a fish stew from Ecuador, where you like crush up banana chips over the top of it. We did another one called nasi lemak, which is like the national dish of Malaysia, and it's like a mixed plate with like rice that you eat with your hands, with like pandan and coconut and fried peanuts and fried like dried anchovies, and I did like chicken hearts and stuff with that one. But yeah, we always appreciate new dishes. There's a dish I haven't heard of that's interesting and kind of out there. It's always good to try. And I'll deal with some like organ meat. But if we're just like living in the land of organ meat, that gets to be a bit much. So, you know, some, but not all. Okay. Using my nose, trying to make sure we don't burn anything more than we need to. All right. This is a magma well of cheese, and this crust isn't burned, but it's pretty close. But I think we got it pretty well. This looks like what it is on the video. So we're going to build this sandwich. And then I'm going to take some bites. Producer likes to take pictures. And then we'll post it to the Instagram probably in like a week or so. Let's grab another little meatball. Get in here. And I'll add some sauce. This sandwich might need to... Do I have a Discord? I don't have a Discord. I'm sorry. I need to figure out how to get that worked out. I'm not very good at getting all this stuff set up. But yeah, I need to get a Discord. We got a P.O. box. That's what I did this last week. I set up a P.O. box. So, okay. We got sauce. We got cheese. We got meatball. Make a little room. Trying to make it a little more presentable. There's Shiso guy. Get the salsa verde on it. I know this thing is molten hot, and if I take a bite of it right now, I will not be able to taste anything for a day or two. So we're going to wait here for 5 minutes. I'm going to call it. I'm adamant about not burning my face. Sorry. But I'll answer more questions for 5 minutes. So, yeah. Sorry. Producer's right here. But this is like molten hot. Like this is... Sorry. Let's speed run questions. Yeah, if you got any questions. Shoot. Favorite fast food place? I don't do a lot of fast food. I will say I do like In-N-Out. And I know In-N-Out isn't the best burger. But it's a good burger. I'm in the Pacific Northwest, so we've got a couple In-N-Outs around. Best place to shop for food stuff. Well, it depends on what it is. So like the main place I like to go to is like Winco, which is a place around here. It's like a co-op. So it's worker owned, which is nice. And they've got a lot of good stuff. There's this thing that's like weight changed a lot of my stuff. We've got these awesome juices that are like have the pulp. They're from Vietnam and they're selling them at Winco in the refrigerated section for whatever reason. We've got soursop, mango, guava, and they're like real deal, super great juices. And I forgot to mention, I also do like ginger bug stuff, so that's what that jar is at the front end over there. And so I have like sodas where I like, here, this soda's like not very good. But there is a clip on this channel from a couple weeks ago of me exploding a soda, fucking poof, and breaking the bottle right here. Yeah, so like Winco for like a lot of main stuff, some specialty things I get from Whole Foods. And then a lot of it is like, because I do a lot of like ethnic food. And so it's like about trying to find the store that has a lot of the right stuff. So like I did find like a Thai food store. So like an Asian food store isn't enough, right? Because it's going to focus more on Japanese, Korean, Chinese, right? So if I want something that's more Southeast Asian, Thai, Filipino, Burmese, any of that stuff, you need to go to a different store, right? If I want Indian food, I need to go to a different store. So it's a best place depends on what it is I'm cooking. And you get like a network of like best places. I don't know if that makes any sense. It's not a very satisfying answer. But yeah. I don't know. I think you took all my time on one question, but I love these answers. Ask another one. I'm fine with that. If you got any more questions. I'm chilling. I'm just waiting to like not burn my fucking face off on this thing. Yeah, it's just like sometimes it's not so simple though, right? Because like I wish I could get everything I want in one place, but that just kind of doesn't exist. Favorite place I've traveled so far? Um, well, I mean, I have a real soft spot for Peru, and I spent a lot of time there. But like last year in May, we went to New Orleans for Jazz Fest, and we made a bingo card of food, and we almost got a blackout. And the food and cocktail culture in New Orleans is like unrivaled. It is amazing. And I know we could go back and make another bingo card of completely different shit, or whatever, and we would still not get a blackout. Like there's so much stuff. There's so many places. Like it's pretty unparalleled, and they have access to like the Gulf, right? So just the panoply of like foodstuffs. You know, you can get a turtle soup there, and it tastes good. It's a good turtle soup. I don't know. All right. Let's try this sandwich. I think it's looking like it's grabbable and not burn my face off necessarily. All right. Let's take a bite of this. Fuck yeah. This is a real sandwich. Producer tried some of it. Most of the time she tries after. I will say that. But the thing she was most skeptical about was that sauce on top, and it was good. She liked it. So, without hesitation, I will say producer will think this is a bomb ass sandwich. Producer loves meatballs and sandwiches. So, this was a producer suggested item. All right. I think that's about all we got for tonight. Cutting out just before midnight. Thank you guys. Yeah, too bad there's no such thing as smell-o-vision. Anyways, have a good one. I hope you found what you're looking for. See you next time.